Hello everybody, and welcome! Welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. My name is Ristretto, and if you've been here before, then welcome back tonight. Thanks for joining me for some more of our Rise PC No Wirebugs playthrough. If you've not been here before, it's your first time, then welcome to the stream. I hope you're in the mood to watch some Monster Hunter, because that's what's going to be going on tonight. We are going to be doing our first Magnamalo here in the village shortly. We worked through some village quests last night, gathering quests, hunting quests. And this evening we're going to keep on going, fighting some new monsters we haven't taken on yet since starting the PC version. I hope all of y'all are having a nice night tonight. I just cooked a nice stir fry with Annie. It was a good time. Here's some beans for y'all in the chat. Thanks for being here right when I started. And then I guess we're going to go ahead and get rolling here. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and say hello to you guys and then we'll get moving here. I think we have one more quest, Pukei-Pukei, before we take on Magnamalo. And then it'll be on to Magnamalo. It should be a good time. Hello, Alu VT, welcome back. Have a nice hunt. Cheers. Likewise to you. Hello, Arbok. Hello, Biotech and Sparkle Wolfie and Parsec Mech. Welcome to you guys. Welcome to Digi Artist. And the Eski, welcome to you. Lord Castellian, congrats on getting to high rank. Let's see. Yeah, I understand feeling frustrated at rampages. It took me a long time to even enjoy them a little bit, and I like them pretty well now. Even in the hub where I know I can't finish all the objectives, it's still kind of fun to tackle a few and pick in order which ones I'd like to do. But I totally get that some of them are just like, really? I got those two objectives? That's really frustrating because those are scaled for multiplayer. It can be a little bit of a downer. Kazuki's here too. Hello, Kazuki. And I think that's everyone. Oh, there's a Jakes as well. Welcome to Jakes. If I missed it, or if I missed anybody, I didn't mean to. I just brewed some hot coffee. It's probably too hot for me to drink still. It smells good. Cheers to you guys. And let's get moving here. Get some more hunts out of the way in Monster Hunter Rise for the PC. We've been listening to the Dongo Song remix here in the training area. But for now, back out to the village we go. Like I said, I think the next hunt we have to do is Pukei-Pukei. Hello, Physical. The juicy hunts have returned. Hopefully they will be juicy tonight. The first juicy hunt is going to be a poisonous project to hunt a Pukei-Pukei. And I'll let you guys pick the weapon that I use for that. For anybody who is newer here, how this works is I'm going to let you guys all enter your names into a raffle. I'm going to draw someone's name out, and that person's going to get to choose what I use for the next hunt, so which keeps things nice and random, keeps me on my toes, having to learn a lot of different matchups. All right, let's go ahead and get that rolling. So, if you want to choose my weapon for a poisonous project, a Pukei-Pukei, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. And hello, Nefudis. Hello, Cursed Blessing. Welcome to you both. I'm going to go ahead and kill those little Arachnoid. I saw we have a quest to do some Arachnoid slaying. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Mr. Gaming Oreo, welcome. I hope you're in the mood for some Monster Hunter. Thanks for coming by. I am definitely in the mood to play some Monster Hunter this week. I'm going to get the best quest out of the way. What is the quest description for this? My daddy's the best, and I want him to make the best, or I want to make the best gloves for him. Mommy says the Arachnoid thread is the best for making gloves, so can you go and fight a few for me and bring me the thread? You'd be the best if you did, and this is the best quest. So yeah, how that works, the weapon raffle we're running there is we're deciding what weapon I'm going to use for Pukei-Pukei. You guys can type !ticket in the chat, and then if I draw your name out, you get to be the one who chooses my weapon for the next quest here. Hello, Solabre. Alright, let's go get those Arachnoids. I don't have the camp over on that side, which is a bummer. I didn't get the reference. Whatever Solabre was referencing, I didn't get it, but I'm assuming it was funny. Hi, Psychotic. I'm not sure I do know the best quest in world. Oh, it's a Xenoblade reference? Ah. I've only played Xenoblade 2 and not all the way through. Hello, Major Guns. Welcome to you. I hope you're well tonight. Hope you guys have been enjoying some Rise PC or just Rise in general. Oh, is that one the best quest? Psychotic. Is it called that? The best kind of quest. Ah, I gotcha. Okay. Quite similar name there. We probably need some more of these materials anyways. Here's Volvodon, though. I can't tell if he's fighting me or the cats or just the arachnoids. I guess me. I'll get this carve and then we'll get on out of here. Go get some of the ones further down into the volcano. For anybody who is just joining us, we're doing what's called a no Wirebugs playthrough. And by that we mean no Wirebugs in combat. I'm still moving around the maps with the bugs because the movement is really fun, and I think it would be kind of a slog to not have the bugs to get around the maps. But the combat and the damage and the safety that you get from the bugs, we're trying to avoid, trying to see what it would be like if this game was a little stricter with its combat rules. And just a little bit stricter in terms of the weapon movesets, not giving you quite so many funky options at your fingertips. So far, it's been pretty neat. There were a few monsters so far that I feel like I was able to kind of consistently, I don't know, disrespect or ignore on the Switch when I was using the Wirefall and the Switch skills, and they've been a little bit tougher. And I've had to just approach them using the weapons-based movesets. Uh-oh. It missed somehow. The last village quest is rough. I'm excited. We're getting closer to the end of village. At least it feels like it. We're going to start getting into the actually really fun and challenging hunts of the game. Soon we'll be fighting Tigrex and Zinogre and stuff. Yeah, I guess you could make do with the Palamute, but the Palamute doesn't get everywhere. You do need to climb some spots. Run speed is slower. Interesting. I didn't realize that was the case. They really want you wirebugging. I think I'm supposed to slay some Eructor as well, actually, for one of the camp requests. I should do that real quick before we end the quest. Slay a few Eructor here. Hi, Commander Henkel. Man, I hope we get Eructor, or sorry, Ignactor in Sunbreak. That'd be so freaking cool. Even just the model on these guys makes me go, man, I want Ignactor here. A volcanic monster scale, highly resistant to fire, but doesn't sell for much. Interesting that it just calls them a volcanic monster. But yeah, when I finish this quest, we'll go ahead and we'll draw that weapon raffle for the Pukei-Pukei quest. Still bummed at the lack of Tetsukabra. I hope we get that added too. It'll be interesting to see whatever the roster ends up shaping up to be like for Sunbreak, because they've got a lot of good options. Clack, clack, clack. Yeah, I hope you guys had a nice day today. I had a really nice day at work. It wasn't too busy, it wasn't too slow. It was very snowy outside, so it was kind of cozy to be inside a cafe. I got to do some editing and some reading and a little bit of writing, which felt nice. Especially the writing part. Now, I'd like to write more often, but I don't really get to. It feels nice to be able to kind of think through your thoughts. I'm looking for Eructor, but I don't see them. They must be further up. Tetsu armor was like the armor everyone wore in low rank. I think it gave health up in 4 Ultimate. Health 20 and Tremorez. Pretty good set. Hello there, Volvodon. There, Ignactor over here. Or sorry, Eructor. Bummer. Well, I guess we'll just get those. We'll get those last few Eructor the next time we're here in the Volcanic Hollow. I'm not going to wait around for them to respawn or anything. Oh, he's coming after us, huh? Great. Let's get the arachnoids and let's get out of here. Had decent defense. I remember it looked really cool. Oh, what? What? They left. What the heck? Heard you were cooking? Pixar didn't happen. I will send you a picture of our cooking right after this quest. Hello, Frenchie. Yeah, I was making some stir fry. Okay, we should be able to end the quest right now with those couple of arachnoid. Let's get this one before it gets away. There we go. All right, Frenchie. Oops. Hi, Mizutsune. You killed Kushala and Tigrex today? Nice. What part of the game are you in Freemy Night now, Mizutsune? Sounds like you've been blown on through. What's been your weapon of choice so far? At 5-star, Lance. Nice. Lance was one of my favorites in Freebie Night. Alright, I'm going to say last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for Pukei-Pukei, go ahead and type !! ticket. Nice waste, precious stones. Anyone done the arenas? Are the Mons HR different? Was wondering, gotta farm coins. I don't think they're much different than the regular monsters incarnations. Your gear is a little stronger or a little weaker than usual, depending on what gear you've been rocking. Like, there's set gear for you, but the monsters are about the same. The arena quests don't strike me as too bad in this game. I remember in Base World, that Azure Rathalos quest just rocked my socks. I was so bad at that quest. Alright, let's see here. What am I going to use for a Pukei-Pukei, since we've done that gathering quest there? Come on, Stream Elements, you can do it. Precious Stones! Precious Stones, what would you like me to use for this next quest against Pukei-Pukei? If you didn't win that one, Magnamalo's in a few minutes too. Maybe I'll win that one instead. I remember liking Pukei-Pukei in this game on the Switch. Yeah, I guess that's true. Psychotic. This game has scaling for stuff like that. I don't know if arenas have scaling or not. They might. If you want to win, you have to complain more. Precious Stones, what would you like me to use? You vote for Sword and Shield? Alright. Sword and Shield on Pukei-Pukei it is. Beef stir fry looks nice. It was good. We made a lot, so we have leftovers. Riss is becoming chef. I didn't do much of the actual cooking. I chopped a lot, and I did a lot of dishes, and I made the rice. But Annie did most of the actual, like, stir frying. Well, nice job on Tigrex. Cooking stream. At one point in time, I was actually thinking about doing a cooking stream for fun. Shortly after that, I almost lit my entire kitchen on fire, and I reconsidered. Because, like, I'm not great in the kitchen as is, but if I'm gonna light my kitchen on fire, I'm sure not gonna do it live. Yes, Frenchie, we do. Alright. Pukei-Pukei with Sword and Shield. No Wirebugs. One that won't set the alarm off? Correct. We can use it. It does not set off the alarm. Okay. A poisonous project. My research is everything to me, and this new antidote research shall be my legacy. In order to continue my work, I'll need you to fetch me a Pukei-Pukei specimen, but you'll need to bring your own antidotes. Weird that it doesn't want me to capture it, it just wants me to hunt it. Can we have a coffee stream? You want to see my process? I've done it on stream a few times, but I'll do it again sometime, yeah. It's a little tougher. My stream setup used to be like closer to the kitchen, in the same room, vaguely, but now I'm a little further away. I can still figure it out. I could rig it up in here. Just a Pukei-Pukei enjoying his snack. I like Pukei-Pukei so much. The beast growls for more. Anything is game for a true omnivore. You should make a coffee cake. I really like nut bread and coffee cake, yeah. Have you seen these intro in English? I actually haven't ever watched any of them in English. I turned the game over to Monster Hunter language so fast I never had the chance to hear it. That should be easy? Maybe so. Coffee cake or baking coffee cake could be a weekend project for me this weekend. All right, Pukei-Pukei. Using the Monoblow's lance, it looks so cool. Some of those old world designs are so cool. Or old school, old game designs. Okay. I think he's up here. Yep. Yeah, you get that Bofongo. Rude. I was gonna roar or something. Nope, no roar, I guess. There's a shiny drop over there. I'll grab it. Many a hunter has been charmed by the deep forest green hue of these scales. Ooh, I forgot he could turn while he's doing that. What a glow up this is. This fight. Got me. He moves so much quicker than really probably any of his versions in Monster Hunter World. Maybe Master Rank. He moves so fast, it's cool. What I call this fight? Glope? Did I just say that? I didn't mean to. Oof. I really like this fight. A glow up. Sorry. Like a grow up. it's such an improvement over this fight in World. Specifically a low rank Pukei-Pukei in World. Oops. Hello, Horfox. Hello, Civ. How you doing? We're gonna take on our first Magnamalo here shortly. Should be fun. Gotta find space to sharpen here in a minute. Totally forgot they gave Sword and Shield a parry. They did give it a little parry, yeah. I misinput it there a moment ago. By default, it needs very small knockback moves. 1 second here. Yeah, by default it needs very small knockback moves. You need to equip more guard if you want higher damage moves to be blockable with it. Ooh, he went down to the cave. Cool. Just canceled League with a friend. Been feeling sore all day in your left shoulder and lower right back. Sorry to hear it. I hope you feel better. Everyone does the shield uppercut instead. Yeah, no need to invest in guard for that. And it's a lot of damage. Metsu Shoryugeki. They scuffed your boy Heavy Bowgun pretty hard in Rise. It's a very different, well, I don't know if it's very different. Light Bowgun is a lot more versatile, is how it felt to me. For not much of a reduction in damage. Yeah, even his order of appearance in air quotes, Lord Castellan, this is totally different. He's much later in low rank in this game. It's cool. I like how much faster he springs into a few moves where he throws some poison out at you. I'm interested to see how I feel about Heavy Bowgun at the end of this playthrough. I felt pretty poorly about it on the Switch when I was done with that playthrough. So we'll see about here. Toby's cool in Rise. We fought our first one, I think, yesterday. There's the tail cut. Now I want to break those wings. There's one. One more wing to break. Oof. I think the biggest change to Sword and Shield playstyle-wise is that Shield Basher combo is actually decent. Drill Slash is good too? It is. So the fact that either of those moves is like usable in place of your standard Sword and Shield combo is kind of a big deal. Made a lot more versatile. It definitely feels different to play. Want that last wing break. Got it. All right, that's all breaks. Oh, and then I don't actually like killing this thing, so you know what? Pookie's too cute to kill. Thanks, Lord Castellan. Cheers. Pukei-Pukei shell. The shade of green varies slightly depending on where it was harvested from. Gotta be quick with the cap timer? Yeah, it's true. I wasn't thinking about it. Yeah, the Plundervoid Palicos, or whatever they're called in this game, Gathering Palicos holders, are super good for monster parts. Like Pukei-Pukei because it's so awkward of a monster, I think it's cute. All right, and with that, means it's time. Time for comeuppance. Time for our first Magnamalo. All right. So, If you want to choose my weapon for my first Magnamalo, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Really excited for Magnaboy? Me too. I fought him a lot on the Switch, but as of yet to fight him in this game. Okay. Let's go check on our buddies and everything out here. Hello, Patty. Since it has combos, it's much more dangerous when you aren't using Wirebugs. I know, I'm excited about it. I know there's going to be potential for us to get scooped up and killed by Magnamalo, so we gotta be careful. Yeah, there you are, Mr. Gaming Oreo. Now you're in the running. Got your name in. Do you plan on building most of the gear before moving on to high rank? Hello, Ice Tea. Hi, Papa Aquarius. It's good to see you again. We're not going to be collecting as much gear in this playthrough. I collected a lot of gear when I played on the Switch. We'll probably collect a lot of the gear at the end of the game, but I think for now I'm probably going to make sure we have 1 or 2 good options per weapon, and then probably allow myself a little bit of gimmies, like a little bit of collecting stuff just for fun. But for the most part, I think we're going to keep moving. I am going to do low rank hub. We're going to solo all the hub quests before moving into high rank hub as well. Did I see the DLC? You mean the USJ event? Yeah. They announced a new event quest coming with some armor and weapons tied to it. Looks cool. Which version are you going to play first when Sunbreak comes out? I don't know yet. I like handheld Monster Hunter a lot, but this game runs really well on PC. So I haven't decided yet. What's this new event? The USJ collaboration is coming back. Gonna give some Azure Knight armor, I think. I forget what it's called. Are you gonna do both Switch and PC Sunbreak playthroughs? I don't think so. Azure Era, yeah, Azure Era USJ armor and some Azure Era weapons. Looks cool. January 21st. I'm unsure if that's coming to PC on day and date like that. It might just be coming to the Switch at first. Probably just the Switch. PC's like 1 month behind in terms of DLC quests or event quests right now. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say last call. If you want to choose my weapon for Magnamalo, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. I believe the weapons they've announced are a bow and a longsword major guns. It'd be cool if they added more in though. So some armor, some Palico and Palamute armor and weapons, and then a bow and a longsword. Would love the Star Knight Sword and Shield to come back. It looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I think the armor set is a new design. It's a new USJ armor set. The longsword and bow, at least the longsword, I think are sort of a design they've used before. Doesn't make it less awesome though. All right, let's see here. Commander Henkel. Commander Henkel, what would you like me to use for my first Magnamalo? Somewhere here we're going to end up making better armor. Use light bowgun? All right. This is going to have rapid normal 2. I remember his shot type zones being kind of poor. I think he is weak to thunder though. When he's not Hellfired, I believe he's weak to thunder. We could upgrade that too. We could upgrade this too. We probably should upgrade this one at least. 5 shots of Pierce 1 isn't awful either. Oh, this fires water and thunder. Oh, perfect. We're gonna use this then. All right, let's stock up. Let's go. This should be fun. I bet we'll get pretty close to 1 shot if he hits us. So this should be kind of exciting. Can fire more types of ammunition now too. Right, buy some gunpowder, buy some normal ammo too. Nope, there's a cat outside my door. Water ammo, thunder ammo, para, poison. Alright. Hello, Nico Gare. And let's do this. That's pretty funny, Syphonia. I can't exactly remember what fights unlock after we beat Magnamalo, so I'm kind of excited to see. Baha. Alright, urgent quest comeuppance. From Fugan. During the rampage 50 years ago, Magnamalo showed up and caused an epic mess. We can't let that ever happen again. You gotta take down Magnamalo. Now go get to it. Hello, Marts. Welcome, welcome. Cheers to you guys. Thanks, Solabray. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Well, it's good to get to say hi to you. I hope you're well. Poor Toby. Oof. Thanks, Howlers. Cheers. I hope you're enjoying the stream. It's so brutal that cuts to red like that. And yeah, cheers, Howlers. The support means a lot, so I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay. This is, I think, the monster I'm probably, not low rank Magnamalo specifically, but Magnamalo is the monster that I'm most worried about in no Wirebugs. It has the pin that I've had the hardest time avoiding thus far. Thank you guys, for the good luck wishes. We'll see how it pans out. My plan, I think, is going to be to dump normal 2 into it at the beginning. Maybe go for Pierce 1 later on, because we can fire it easy enough, and then use Water and Thunder. The rest, I guess Water specifically, the rest of the time on the Hellfire parts. Magnamalo has a pin attack. It's not a pin so much as a combo, where you have to Wirefall out of the way, and we're not going to be allowed to Wirefall out of the way. So it really might just be, if I can't learn to avoid it, I'll just get hit by it and die. Because I don't think that we'll be able to have enough health to tank it. I'm actually going to lead with Poison Shot. Yeah, we're using Wirebugs to move around, but not for combat. Especially not as a gunner. Yeah, as a Blade Master, I might have had just enough health to live through it, but no, as a light bow gunner, I probably will get one shot if he gets us. You're supposed to be lurking. Enjoy your lurk. I'm assuming you're busy. Best of luck getting done whatever you need to get done. There he is. I'm okay with him hunting. Or I'm okay with hunting him up there instead of down here. Down here, there's a lot of Bullfongo and Vespoids and stuff. Cheers, my gaming Oreo. Thanks for the good luck. Okay. I hear him walking. I am just going to roll it off. I'm not going to allow myself to use the Wirebugs to get that free down on him. Oof. Definitely does good damage to us. Alright, water time. Is this heavy bowgun? How come it says mobile is light bowgun? This is light bowgun. It's a pretty large model for a light bowgun, but this is a light bowgun, yeah. No worries. That water helped stagger him pretty quickly there. That was a pretty good first area. I feel like we've got the tools to get this done. Those Roggy are going to get in the way, though. Yeah, the combo that he throws us into is going to be a deciding factor. Let's see. Let's go ahead and let's make some more normal too. And some more water. Piercing water probably isn't an awful idea. We could craft some of that. I don't even know if this gun fires it, though. That would be dumb. Let's reapply poison if we can. And let's read some item descriptions. A gaseous crystal that emits flammable gas resembling dancing purple flames, and sturdy and small Magnamalo scale that's flexible and resistant to fangs. Well, good thing we're not shooting fangs at him. Light bowgun has mines? Yep, we used them a bit in that first area. We're going to keep using them. Whoops. He dunked himself. That's sick. Oof, I should be careful with these really high knockback shots, like paralysis. There it is. Shoot, he's hungry. Hello, Weebwood Coffee. Whoops. Whew. Ow. Very exciting fight. Magna's such an absolute unit. It's a good fight. A really good fight. Light Bowgun feels like it definitely has the tools to get it done, which is enjoyable. Especially specifically this Light Bowgun feels like it has a really nice smattering of ammunition options to help with this fight. Shoot, I thought I was going to be able to just walk out of the way while reloading. Not the case. I don't think we'll be able to cut the tail without slicing shot, which we don't have. You need to flinch from it, though. Not limping yet. Oh, he's going over for a turf war. We don't want a turf war, so we'll give it a minute. Let's see. How would you feel if they made water ammo level 2, level 3, etc. for all ammo types, or would that be OP? I think not every ammo type needs it. Like, I think it's just okay having water ammo and then having that be quite effective as long as you're shooting the right zone and you have the right armor skills on. Which we're not. We don't have any elemental ammo skills on right now, but got him. That was fun with light bowgun. Thank you guys. Thanks, Quarter Snail. That was an enjoyable time. Commander Henkel, thanks for the request for light bowgun. We'll definitely have to hunt this guy some more with some of the other weapons and see how he feels without Wirebugs. Destruction, indeed. It's fun when you can pick one or two ammunition types you know are going to carry you through the fight, and just get to ride those all the way through. Just go, these are what I'm bringing. And you pack them and they just work out. Very nice fight. I like that monster's fight quite a bit. We didn't even get to see his pin, so we don't even know if it's a problem. I guess that's one way, is if you just kill him quickly enough, he won't do the pin, I guess. Alright. And that's that. Magnamalo Horn. Majestic Magnamalo Horn that echoes with the sorrow of warriors slain. Ancestral Blade. We unlocked some new gold card titles. Are we about to get credits? I think we are. Under 15 minutes, too. Ooh, right, we get that longsword. Hoi hoi! Everyone's so happy, they think it's over. Hello, Dirt. How's everyone tonight? We just beat Magnamalo and it was fun. We used light bowgun, and that fool went down. So we're treated to a little bit of a cutscene here, and then we get to keep hunting.
Nuras, Tissi Zekia, Vero, Anitoy,
Lahaeri.
Mijiome, Mi, Kidea toda mire, Magai Magado toda.
A Magnamalo menu. Dark chocolate. Here's your answer, folks. It's a cool longsword. That longsword shrinks after he gives it to you. That's okay. Time for it to sit in the box for the rest of eternity. I used it in our playthrough on the Switch. I feel lighter already. It's a good longsword, Steve. Get our first credits song. It's funny, I still feel glacially slow compared to everybody else who's playing through this game, but for me, this is faster than we took it on the Switch. On the Switch, we were busy collecting way more things already. Wish you got to hear the song more. It's good. They have a picture of Magnamalo there. There she is. She's got the Magnamalo dongo. At least you can watch this as many times as you want. That's true. Aw, that's nice. Hayman's hanging out with Yori. It's bizarre seeing Hayman out there. Like, actually, like, relaxing. Like, having any other pose except for the I'm at the Smith pose. Think you're slower? I had this game 3 to 4 months and just completed Village today? Wow. The opposite of a speedrun, a slow run. We're just aiming to enjoy stuff. Hey, it's Lungo and Affogato. Why would you attack a Palamute? I like these vignettes. Gonna be seeing a lot more of Rondine. I would definitely wear the pants that she's wearing. They look very comfortable. This game is very cozy. The shirt did look kind of weird, Mizutsune. I agree. Kind of weird and flowy. Hakama pants are really comfortable. They look like it. I like the music. Thanks to the developers who made this game. The Arzuros armor? We gotta make some new armor. Put those bear furs on in 2-star, worth them all the way to the credits. Well, I mean, like, the credits are in 4-star, so it's not that far off. We should probably make some new armor, though. Haven't decided if I'm gonna do low rank mixed set or if I'm gonna make another full low rank set. Next armor, high rank Arzuros armor. Not really a Horfox, no. I don't think so. Nice Shamisen. Soxy Bear! He's in the credits, good for him. Who? Sox was a community manager for Capcom Europe. They've moved on to a different job now, I think, but Soxy Bear was, I don't know, kind of like Yuri for Capcom NA. Just a community manager who is pretty active with the community. Talking with folks about the games and upcoming things. Doing some streams on Twitch for the Capcom channel. Hello, Kermit the Amphibian. We beat the game. The end. No more Monster Hunter Rise. No, it's not over. We beat Low Rank Village. No more Monster Hunter full stop. You know, I was thinking about, while I was doing some dishes today, I was thinking about some Some classic PC games I'd like to play someday on stream. Games like Deus Ex, Thief, System Shock. Sibafu. Simple, basic fun. Become a full-time Portal 2 speedrunner. Technically still in Low Rank Village, that's true. We're not even done with Low Rank Village. Getting to hear some of these songs done by the Capcom Symphony Orchestra this year was really cool. Yeah, we'll probably try and do all of 5-star here, and after that we'll probably try and pick at least one good weapon to make for each weapon class, maybe make 1 or 2 armor sets, then push for low rank hub. Lots more monsters we haven't fought yet, though. I'm excited. I think right around now, right after this quest is right around where I really started to get sucked into the Switch version. Because the fights before Magnamalo are okay, they're pretty fun, but after Magnamalo, things get pretty good pretty fast. Just make all the Maldo weapons. We did that on the Switch. I might do that at the end of the game, but I doubt I'm going to farm them all up as we go this time. They're good, but want some variety. I like Monster Hunter. Still using the starter light bowgun, just upgraded to high rank. It's pretty good. Yeah. Seems like there are quite a few pretty useful light bowguns, or just guns in general, to be honest. Some are like, you look at them, you're like, why would I use this gun? But a lot of them are just useful. It's hard to pick a bad one. How many hours did it take to hit the credits this playthrough? I think right under 30. I think on Switch it was a lot. I think on Switch it was a lot more. I can actually look. Long sword. Capcom. It's cool that your hunter is actually at the end of the actually at the end of the credits. Never mind. I'm not gonna pull up the VODs. You may have defeated Magnamalo, but make no mistake, far harder hunts are ahead. Speaking of which, Hinoa has 5-star quests ready for you now. Check them out as soon as you can. Listen here, Michelle. 'Cause of you, the fire of hope burns bright all throughout Kimura. Don't stop now. Thank you for the hand-me-down sword. Is it true? Can it be? You really inherited Elder Fugin's sword? It is true. What an honor to be able to receive such a mythical weapon. What will happen now that such a treasure has been bestowed upon you? I don't think anything particular will happen. Do you, feel incredible power coursing through your very being? No? Oh well, Elder Fugin did mention that he wanted to pass it on in the near future because it was super heavy. That's weird. Ooh, maybe he meant heavy as in the weight of responsibility it carries, not physical weight. It all makes sense now. See, for us in the village, the sword is a powerful symbol that's only held by a true leader. Are you ready to be a leader? you ready to take on that responsibility? We'll see. For now, you'll have to settle for taking on these 5-star quests. Let's see them. We get Nargacuga, Zinogre, Anjanath, Mizutsune, Rathalos, Kezu and Somnicanth, Kuluyaku and Anjanath, and Tetranodon and Volvodon. This is a fun part of the game. I think we're gonna do Narga first. Yeah, we're gonna do Nargacuga first here. And I'll let you guys pick my weapon for it. So many fun monsters all at the same time, yeah. Alright. If you want to choose my weapon for Nargacuga, go ahead and type !ticket, and let's get going on the game. Hello, Hopko. You missed the Magnamalo fight? We'll probably do it again. It's really fun. We did Magnamalo with light Bowgun, so we were able to kind of pinpoint the parts of his body we needed to knock him over pretty consistently. He never actually got to do his crazy pin on us, which was good, because we couldn't have wirefalled out of it. Hi, Michelle. Do you have some time on your hands? I need your help. Like I was saying before, hearing stories about your hunts really gets my creative juices flowing. And hearing your latest story got me thinking, what if I take a few Palamutes out and show hunters just how great they are? I'd likely run into monsters along the way, so I'll need to make some solid gear, but I don't have enough materials. Would you be willing to share some of the materials you have on hand? Just like always, I'll give you some Palamute gear. Yeah, sure, you can have those. Thank you so much. Cooking stream would be pog though. Maybe someday. Nice one, Michelle. I heard you got it, Michelle. Magnamalo? More like Magnum Mild. And Hino is smiling more than ever. You're my hero, so as a sign of my thanks, I want to give you this armor. It's for a Kahoot though. This rugged full suit completely neglects any sort of functionality in favor of style. Your Kahoot's gonna love it. Come back later and I'll have some more armor ready that'll blow your mind. Thank you. Wrist makes ramen. I could definitely do that stream. How's it going, Squirt? That fire for the hunt still burning bright within you? Good. Seems like you're not the only one. Feels like the only village, or it seems like the whole village is fired up. Guessing you must have inspired them. That also means they're more likely to hit a snag sooner. I hope you're there to help them out when that happens. That said, we won't take your efforts for granted. I'll be giving you a special reward in return. I only ask that you make yourself available around town and lend a hand when you can. Complete 8 side quests. Medium's Garb, Channeler's Garb. Well, heard you've been helping out around town. Kimura's like one big family. When you help out the people of Kimura, you're helping out all of Kimura. You remember that. Now about your reward. I've asked the smithies to offer you some equipment that'll remind you of Kimura. Keep it up now. I don't remember those. Oh, this would have been the Utsushi. This would have been the Utsushi for male, but for female, it's Medium and Channeler, which are the 2 twins. Yo, that's sick. We're definitely we might wear some of this. Yeah, we might wear some of this. We also unlocked the Magnamalo set. You hate the male version? I like it okay. I can understand not liking it that much. I used it. The male version's definitely not as unique as these, though. That's cool. I'm excited about that. Cool. The Magnamalo set's cool? It is, yeah. I'm going to say last call for the Nargacuga weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for our next hunt, type !ticket in the chat. Ah, Michelle, working hard as ever, I see. Are you making good use of the Buddy Plaza? Iori Kogarashi and our foreign guests have a lot to offer there. I'm hoping I can ask you to offer them one thing. Hire as many buddies as you can. Ain't much of a Buddy Plaza if it ain't filled with buddies. Plus, you'll be needing as many buddies as you can get your hands on. Different situations will call for different buddies, that's a fact. Don't think your efforts will go unrewarded. Nope, I prepared something real special. Now get to it. I need to hire 15. Oh, Michelle. Hey, could you hear me out a sec? Since that run-in with Magnamalo, for some weird reason, I'm just overflowing with new ideas. I finally decided to just go with the flow, you know? And guess what I came up with? Magnamalo Dongo. I had everyone try it, and the village was just full of lip smacking and smiles. As soon as you dig in, it's just gonna melt in your mouth. Guaranteed. Thanks, you monkey. There's something I need your help with. I was thinking up a new bunny dongo recipe the other day when I ended up falling asleep. I felt guilty for slacking at first, but then I realized I was now full of energy, and that's when it hit me. You know that monster that makes you sleep? The snooze cat? Sockmanth? Oh, Somnicanth. Inspired by its majestic song, I could make dongo that'll refresh my customers like a nice short power nap. So, would you catch a Somnicanth for me, please? I just know I could make some real awesome dongo if you did. Cool. Oh, Michelle. Hey, something wild happened. Listen up. Just when I was getting ready to throw out my old mallet, Meowster Heyman came by and asked if he could have it. I gave it to him, thinking he just wanted to make some rice cakes. But when I went to his home to see if he needed a paw, turned out he'd made it into a charge blade and called it Rice Bane. Such a classic. Master Heyman thing to do. Mew. He even made it with parts to spare. You should ask him to make one for you too, Michelle. Cool. Alright. Let's see what we're going to use for Nargacuga. Dog Crotchel. What would you like me to use for our first Narga? Greatsword? Cool.
This is beans!
So much dialogue is right. Good luck. Thank you. See how we do. Moxie. Nice. Magna Roar. No Baha that time. All right. Wind Speed Wyvern. Nargacuga are so cool, right? And fast too. How is it that they're so light on their feet? I must know. I bet if I made some Nargacuga shoes, I could be just as fast as they are. From Neighboring Hamlet's Envoy. Okay. Here's a creature with smugness and guts. Look as it struts. Whoops. There's two things on the map that we're not familiar with here. Narga is always such a cool monster. I agree, Hopko. I agree. He's my favorite monster. I like other monsters to fight better than him now, but he was my favorite monster to fight for a really long time. In my first Monster Hunter game, too. Here we go. I should help on the Tempest. Oh. Damage wasn't too crazy there. Oop, I rolled right into it. Apparently there's a mod that removes Bofongo. Okay. Ooh, the sound effect on that wing arm was cool. Buff Narga in HD. He does look cool. Bad habits about to get real pronounced. Bad greatsword habits. The tackle. Oh, wow. Hello, Ken. I kind of remembered that pattern about him walking into a tail slam psychotic right as I was charging that. I'm glad it worked out because I'd forgotten he did that. Whoops. Welcome, Nestor. Away he goes. Yeah, this version of Narg is pretty okay. Ooh, he moves pretty far with that. We're gonna run out of potions. He's doing a lot of damage to us. Tired out. Thank you guys for nabbing that clip. Welcome, Sakura. Interesting challenge, thanks. Just trying to think of a way to make the playthrough like sizably different from our time playing through it last year on the Switch. This has definitely been different so far. Still on first playthrough, we already passed here. We're going slow. We're trying to use all the weapons pretty equally, so we're letting chat pick our weapon matchup for a lot of quests, and that means we collect up a decent bit of gear too. Not getting that tail whip roll down today. There it is. Whoop. How are you liking your first playthrough, Sakura? Ding. Oh, shoot. Enjoying it quite a lot? Good. What weapons are you playing? It's always fun to kind of hear from folks what they're thinking about. Currently Charge Blade and Bow, that's a nice pairing. Very different weapons, those two. Whoop. What is Rise without the Wirebugs? Might as well be playing World. I disagree. To me, some of my favorite things about this game changed from World aren't just the Wirebugs being in the game, but I think the monsters move pretty drastically differently in this game. The monsters have a lot more complex patterns, they have a lot more large move pools, and they have more guaranteed strings of moves you have to kind of learn and pay attention to look out for so you can actually position and punish around them, rather than just having a bunch of random moves that kind of come out whenever they feel like it. I feel like it's actually a little bit easier to gloss over some of those really great moveset changes when you are going and using Wirebugs and wire falling all the times. It's still fun, but this is interesting too. I think it's going to make me pay a little bit more attention to some of the monsters' movesets. What happened with the Magna fight? Did you succeed? We did. Light Bowgun was a nice matchup for Magnamalo. I was thankful for that request. Whoop. And, I mean, I wouldn't recommend somebody play like this, for their first playthrough. But we already played through this game last year on the Switch, so I was looking for a way to change things up. Been playing Monster Hunter since 3rd gen, also played Free Night, so seeing a no Wirebug challenge here kind of feels like a nice throwback. I think so too. On Twitch here, we've played a lot of those games. We played some Free Night on here on Twitch, some Portable Third, some 4 Ultimate, some World, some Rise. What a bad idea. Bad idea or best idea? It was still a bad idea. Is this a crit draw set? No, this is the Arzuros set. The Arzuros set gives defense boost, fortified, diversion, counter-strike, wall runner. Or actually, we have a charm on that gives one of the, or a couple of those skills. Looks like Magna went well. It did. We had Light Bowgun for it, and Light Bowgun was a nice matchup. Sakura, thanks for the follow. Cheers. Any cards? Not on Magnamalo. He didn't even get the chance to do his pin. We took him down just sub 15. Whoop. Gonna have to rematch then? I think so too. Other weapon matchups should be fun to do on Magna as well. Alright, that's our last potion. I was hoping. I was hoping he's just gonna come walking up to us like he does sometimes. Away he goes. Let's get that tail. Marrow. Marrow is nimble as the Nargacuga itself, requires talent to properly harvest. Well, there you go. Let's grab some more potions. Oops. That damage, though. I thought for a second he decided not to do it. Whoops. Again? Yep. Alright, now he's limping away. Sun's setting. With the Wyvern rides, what monster surprises you most in terms of movement speed? There's some really weird ones that are super fast. I have a hard time remembering because it's been like 6 months since I last did a bunch of Wyvern riding. Baroth, I remember being like really fast. There's some weird ones though. Some really derpy looking ones go really, really quickly. apologies, Dirt. I didn't mean it like that. Some really slow-looking monsters. I don't know. Kazu's fast? Yeah, I think Kazu is too. It hit. Sharpness level dropped. Got it. Hey! Is there any monster that can bleed in Rise? No. There's no bleed status in this game. Yeah, I probably will come back with Shogun Sianitar. That was fun. Next up, Zinogre. Nargacuga black fur. Black fur that grows on scales covers the animal in jet black darkness. A scale from a Nargacuga. The surface is covered with the beast's black fur. Tail spike. A spiky scale from a Nargacuga tail. It stands up when the beast is enraged. Cut wing. Blade-like Nargacuga wing evolved to cut down prey on the fly. Black fur that covers the scales. Covers the animal in jet black darkness. Although small, the jagged placement of these fangs aids their cutting ability. Maybe Odogaron will come back. Maybe. Ooh, melding. Very basic melding. Master Michel, via one particular distribution channel of mine, an item of unusual interest has come into my possession. When left with materials inside it for but a short while, this curious utensil will transform them into talismans. It's called a melding pot. I have already finished setting it up, so you may begin using it right away if you so wish. By the by, I happen to have a selection of new goods in store. Do feel free to peruse them. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys pick my weapon for Zinogre next. I'm really excited. This is one of my favorite hunts in this game, for sure. Zinogre. So, if you want to choose my weapon for Zinogre, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. And we'll do that shortly. Oh, hey, Michel. I wanted to ask for your help with something. The other day, I came up with a new bunny dongo recipe, and this time I just know it's going to turn out great. The problem is, I need lots of Rathalos eggs for it. I mean, I tried to carry a few back here myself, except, well, it's way too much hard work. My entire body's yelling out in pain. I just couldn't go on any longer. Please, Michel, think you could bring me a Rathalos egg when you're free? We can sure try. Oh, hey. Guess what? I've gotten so good at making bunny dongo, they're turning out more delicious than ever. Now their effects are even more invigorating than before. Make sure you try them out. We will. Just the hunter I wanted to see. Why, well, lately you've been going through these quests faster than Hanoa goes through a box of dongo. So here, I'm giving you this, a Kimura ticket. Thank you for the Kimura ticket. I think that's our bird. Maybe? Maybe not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on. Hang on. We can make this better. Try going into another area. I'm sure it will. That's funny. Oh God. Never mind. There, that should do it. This should all be in focus now. That's pretty funny though. Wonder if it could be stood on? Good question. Whoops. What? Shoot. Very bad at this, apparently. Okay. No, I think we went basically right through it. I'll try again, though. Alright, I'm gonna say last call for the Zinogre weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for Zinogre, go ahead and type ! ticket. Oh, shoot. That was close. There's no reason for why the devs would have had to give it ground properties. It's true. There's no there would be no good reason for that. Yeah, you just go through it. That's funny though. You couldn't call it from where it was. All right, let's see what I'm gonna use for Zinogre. Biotech, what would you like me to use for my first Zinogre? And Rise for PC. You knew it, you don't know how? You knew it? Alright. Bye, Derp. Have a good one. Gunlance, Funlance. I remember this being a rough matchup, so I appreciate this. We gotta make a better Gunlance. Oh, no green sharpness. Okay, what are we making? Could upgrade this. That's okay, but that's normal. I really don't want normal for this matchup. I really want either wide or long, preferably long. Berry ought to be cool. Could make the Kazoo one. Could make the baggy one. That one could be okay. Not much green. Ooh. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna get myself one piece of Evade Extender. And that's what we're gonna go with. No guard skills, no artillery skills, mostly just Arzuros. And some Evade Extender. You highly suggest at least 2 levels? We'll see. Starting with 1. 1's better than none. This should be interesting. I remember you could tell through that like Bowgun hunt that like I remember some of the Magnamalo patterns and stuff. I'm not so confident I'll remember all the Zinogre ones. All right. I like our red pants. Zinogre time. Electrifying Epiphany. During a survey of the shrine ruins, I was struck by a bolt of lightning. At first, I thought perhaps some genius idea to come to fruition, but alas, it was only a Zinogre. What song do you have for the village? Let's check and let's go talk to Fukushigi real quick. So I believe I have all of the summer remixes on right now. Komura's Song of Purification, Best Buddies, Brave Hunters, and Making Yummy Dango. They're all from the summer music pack. It's a DLC you have to pay for on Steam. I've bought the Yukumo songs, the piano songs, the summer remix songs, and the classic village songs. It is I, Fukushigi, the informant, at your service. Very well, I'll impart to you the 6th dirty secret of Komura. Buddy Handler Iori is really a pretty good singer, but he won't sing for anyone. Everyone in the Buddy Plaza is always trying to get him to sing, but he's too shy. By my whiskers, wasn't that juicy? I'll update you again once you've completed an urgent quest. Next up is a big one, a 2-parter of sorts. I hope you're ready. Alright, Zinogre time. I think this was my first matchup on the Switch too, was Gunlance, or one of them. It went really poorly. Lord of Lightning. I bet he's got a whole room to himself back there, Psychotic. Whole little pad. Snowgear's your absolute favorite monster. He's up there for me. I think he's my favorite hunt in this game. He is definitely the hunt that, like, honestly, when this game came out on the Switch, I was looking forward to it and I was having fun with it. But I was just having, like, I was having a decent amount of fun. I was enjoying myself. I got, like, pulled straight in by this fight. This fight was like, oh, okay, I want to play, like, boatloads of this game. Whoops, too early. Oh, that damage. We gotta chill. Whoops. Wind pressure on that move, I forgot. Interesting. I wasn't able to guard in time, but he missed. I can't remember how to play Gunlance. I was gonna try and guard that. Nope. This is gonna be a rough matchup. I'll probably remember some of his patterns quicker than I think. I already am, but like, we're learning on the fly for sure. Oh, that was supposed to be a pivot. Cool, at least hit him. We're gonna have to gather some herbs. The hops and the pivots are so rough. I gotta be better. I gotta get better at them. Oh, here we go. Okay. Am I about to get destroyed? I think I might be about to get destroyed. We'll see. Those look quite pretty on PC. Nope. Okay, cool. He taunts after that at least. Ugh. Yeah, I remember more of his patterns than I thought I was going to. Oh, couldn't get my guard up in time. We need to heal. I have no healing to my name. There's an herb up this way, I think. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Jeez, and he left. Oh my goodness. We deserve to die twice there. Okay, game. Show me where the herbs are. Thank you. Not many herbs near where we are right now. This fight is so good. This fight is so good. Oh my goodness. What a great version of Zinogre. Alright, 3 potions to our name. We got this. Whoops. Yeah, I'm like... This game has so many different combo options for Gunlance, and I'm just totally forgetting all of them. Oh man, he does so much damage. I should have blocked that or back hopped instead of forward hopping there. Are you just not allowed to use Wirebug skills? No Wirebugs and no Wirefall. Stiff Sock Water. Here, if we type the command, yeah. It's no Wirebugs now, Vio. There we go. Yeah, no Wirebugs in combat, so no Silk Binds, no Wire Falling, no damage from monster rides. This is not optimal Gunlance play. No potions, too? We just already used them all. We're allowed to use potions. Oh, I had first aid meds the whole time. What a dummy. Yeah, I gotta remember how to play wide Gunlance. Each Gunlance, like, there's so many different combo options for Gunlance in this game. It's awesome. It feels a lot more like old school Gunlance to me, where it's like there's not necessarily one combo you need to be spamming at all times. There's like a whole bunch of different options. And I need to remember what options I favored for wide Gunlance. And it's pretty great, Vio. It took me some time to come around to it, but so many different options, especially when you're using the Wirebugs and the different Soak Bind attacks that Gunlance have really lets you transition between different options really smoothly. Hey, nice. Aren't there spear birds in these flower beds too if you cut them down? In some of the flower beds, yeah. Oops. Like in these ones? Yep. You had 2 in some? Yep, it's random. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Whoops. Shoot. I mispositioned both the shell and the wyvern and the worm stake. Wyvern stake, the worm stake. Good stuff. Wormstake does blunt. It does KO damage, yeah. It still does true damage, but it also does some KO damage as well. Oh, I thought I was stunned. I was not stunned. I was like just mashing buttons because I thought I was stunned. Shoot. I don't think I gave you guys beans when I carried the first time. I love Full Metal Dragon. We're getting rocked. He is tough. I think we'll be able to clear him next time if we don't get him this time, but he is tough. This Gunlance is so cool. I need this herb. Thank you. Where's the Zen? Oh, we went up to the mountains. Okay, well, up to the mountains we shall go. I hope you're well tonight, Full Metal Dragon. I hope all of y'all are doing well tonight. I've been having a nice day. Getting to do these hunts is just making my day better. You're really enjoying the game this time. Glad to hear it. Oh, look at all the thunderbugs. So cool. Too aggressive. Not safe enough. Is he gonna do an uppercut? Curious lack of mega potions, part of the challenge too. It's been bred into me from stuff like Free Me Night Sakura, where I'm like trying not to waste honey because it's still low rank. At this point, we could probably stand to have some new armor and some mega potions. I do it in all the games. Well, I guess we take those. Wow, that easy, huh? Oh, no, no worms take to shoot in. All right, he's limping. We're at 2 carts. He's at limp. Difficult matchup. Could have gone smoother. See if we can outlast his limp. Usually when they limp, it means they're real close in this game, but we'll see. I'm on 1 cart. Zinogre at 2 carts. I think we're about even. Is he snoring? He is snoring. Boom! That was close. Thanks for the request file. That was a little spooky. I gotta get much better with Gunlance in this game. I feel rusty. A sharp and tremendously powerful claw capable of quickly dicing up prey. The ochre shell that once lined a Zinogre's body contains conductive lipids. There's so many combo options for Gunlance in this game, and each shelling type is going to kind of, I don't know, feel a little more natural with certain different combo strings than others. I feel sort of lost because I haven't really put a lot of time into practicing each string yet. Hi, Nox. So many crits, what the hell? What? Why is that happening? That was so many, what? I didn't have any affinity. Were you gonna listen to negative crits, Rist? Were they negative crits? I didn't have any negative crit either. When you're gonna listen to Ace Attorney OST when you hunt? I don't know. Alright. A blue-green shell which stores electricity and works as a protective insulator. White fur that stores and magnifies electricity which it holds even after carving. Thunderbugs which have been stimulated by Zinogre. They emit a pale blue light. The plate-covered tail of a Zinogre. It wields deadly force when swung. What a fun monster. The Zinogre's magnificent horn, which sends most of nature running for cover. Man. Red flash is a crit? Oh, are they all negative crits? What affinity does this thing have? My goodness, what? You guys are wrong. It has 0% affinity. Why was I negative critting so much there? Or critting? I'm confused. It was negative crits for sure. I have nothing that will give me negative crits. Anyways. Couldn't be a Cutterfly? Does Cutterfly give you negative affinity? I'm confused. Anyways, Zinogre armor and Nargacuga armor. Zinogre's hairstyle is nice. Cutterfly is plus 50% affinity? Yeah. It could have been a Cutterfly. I'm confused. Maybe the hit effects just look different than I remember them. I don't know. Just looked like we were getting loads of crits. It was odd. Anyways. That was weird. Let's do an Anjanath next. Love the look of the Nargacuga armor, so ninja. It definitely looks very, very ninjutsu. Alright. Anjanath is next. So. If you want to choose my weapon for Anjanath, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat, and we'll get rolling on that. That was sketchy with Gunlance. Really sketchy. Gotcha, Marths. Rise Rathalos is one of the hypest mainline monsters. I remember liking him a lot. We'll probably fight him tonight too. We're just rolling through a bunch of monster quests at this point. We beat Magnamalo earlier with light bowgun. It was a nice matchup. Udon. Ray. Another Ray. Off they go! Are you gonna use the Mega Busty Raknakadaki mod? No. Is that a mod for the monster or for the armor? You'll have to find out yourself. You hate that that's a valid question. We got the shrine. No, so far we haven't done any mods, Nox. We probably won't for the foreseeable future. What hunter rank do you have to be to hire a Palico or a Palamute? You should be able to do it from the very beginning of the game, Fallen Angel Queen. You come out here to the Buddy Plaza and you talk to Iori. Here, I'll show you where. If you're in the town... If you're in the town, you want to walk out across this bridge. Then come in here and talk to this boy right here. His name is Iori, and he is the buddy handler, and he'll help you hire Palicos and Palamutes. You can pick from some ones the game generates for you, or you can scout a buddy, which means that you can change what kind, like if you want them to be more aggressive or more tuned for gathering, you can change what they look like, you can change their name, etc. Hunter, does my heart glad to see an individual of your profession doing so well. And so to support your efforts, I have added new items for trade. All of these will serve you well in a hunt. I await news of your further exploits with bated breath. Do not hesitate to call on me if you find a use for my talents. Rondine, could you please bring us one expansion? Thank you. One Monster Hunter expansion, please. Ooh, Slayer of Malice. It appears that Iori and Yomogi have been in good spirits ever since you defeated Magnamalo. I had noticed they were worried about something, but I suppose that's now been resolved. Please, don't spoil it for me. Teenage years are by definition when one wades through a deep mist of malaise. We adults mustn't interfere at a whim unless they want us to, else we might confuse them even more. The proper response would instead be to strictly observe, while being ready to lend a hand when it's needed. I was talking to the handler in the city with the Palamute. All he did was talk. Talk to the Palamute. All he did was bark. Good to know. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Fallen Angel Queen. Yeah, I was thinking the same, Martz. Alright. Last call for an Anjanath weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for Anja, go ahead and type !ticket. Those who command the wildlife command the hunt, remember? So knowing your endemic life is crucial. For a Kimura hunter especially, that's must-have knowledge. And to get it, we need to gather info. Care to lend a hand? We have got all 20 already. Welcome, Guy in Freezer. Here are some great Wirebugs. Thank you. I was supposed to set up my guild card today. I haven't done that yet. Just wish Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World Iceborne didn't make you mad after failing a quest. It's pretty easy to get frustrated at certain things. I like trying to break it down to like individual things where I'm like, okay, well that was a frustrating quest, but here's like one thing I feel like I could have done better there. And then working on that one thing, sometimes it makes it a little bit easier for me to jump back in and try again. Even if I didn't do the whole quest perfectly or I didn't get totally better, even if I fail again, if I did a little better at that one thing, then that means I got better at something. And thinking through what little things could make it easier for you or what could make the quest go better. I don't know. It's a good way of feeling, I think. Okay, let's see what we're gonna use for Magnamalo. Or, I said Magnamalo, I meant Anjanath, excuse me. Anjanath! Lord Castellian, what would you like me to use for Anjanath? The only thing that can make you buy PC Rise is if we do Arena Nights again. I would do Arena Hunts with you again, Nox. They were fun. Maybe I'll be better this time. Switch axe? Alright, let's get it. Hello, how's it going? It's going pretty well, S-Fox. Thanks for asking. Oh, whoops, we should put on some pants. We beat our first Magnamalo earlier. And now we're doing new hunts. Yeah, we're getting into some of the fights that I really enjoy from this game, so I'm having a lot of fun. I really like how this Monster Hunter plays. Magnamalo ones look so cool. I want to try getting better at Power File. So we're gonna go with the Aknasom Switch Axe and try and get better from there. This is for my first Anjanath. Hey, Frenchie. Nocturnal Tracker. The plains at night are quite elegant and inspiring. But something or something is following me. I feel so afraid that all my ideas and emotions are simply swept away. Please get rid of this stalker. You had a quest in Monster Hunter World that you failed recently and threw your controller down, threw your candy wrappers in the bed, then yanked your drink for it and took a few drinks. Sat and watched TV. It was the blue monster that I think it's in the Yankutku family. Was it Garuga? Yan Garuga? Did manage to wyvern ride the bear and rise and bow Yankutku with it? Interesting. Yeah, like I said, I feel like the best thing you can do is like understand that nobody's good at these games immediately, and nobody's like there's no reason you should immediately know how to tackle every quest in the game. So if you have that expectation, I don't know, it's something to work on, that expectation, so that you can probably feel a little happier when things do go badly or things do go well. You can say, hey, I did better than I expected, or oh, I'm not doing as well as I want to yet, but here's like 2 things I can work on. That I like really like thinking about, like, okay, I failed that quest, I didn't do as well as I wanted to. What was really getting me down? Okay, this one move kept hitting me, or oh, I like didn't have enough defense, or I couldn't find ways to heal, and then focus on getting more defense, or avoiding that one move, or trying to learn how to avoid that one move, or how to focus on trying to be able to heal a little safer. And if you just work on those little things, bit by bit, you'll get better. That's just the best thing I can recommend, is like try and take every quest and every failed quest, every successful quest as like a, okay, I did a little better about this, and it'll see you through. Have you felt any mechanical differences between Rise, Switch, and PC? No. Frenchie, why are you monitoring my stream time? Because I have 2 hours till bedtime? Daily reminder that Yomogi is precious. Yomogi is precious. An hour 30? The frame rate feels really nice, S-Fox. That's about the best thing I've felt. Aside that, it feels pretty much like the same game, just running massively smoother. I love that sound effect so much. Alright, here's the Anjanath quest. Let's see how we do. Did I remember to bring my potions? What a voice for Dongo satisfaction, for real. Our character's fun. Run! PC version means you finally get to try ranged weapons. I'm assuming you don't like gunning on controller. Well, for somebody who's just struggling to play, like, to get through the game, S-Fox, and if they're having a hard time, that's a valid thing. Like, sometimes the valid course of action is like, okay, I'm trying my best, but right now I can't feel like I can get much better at this fight because my defense is too low, or I'm not dealing enough damage. That's valid. Like, sometimes obviously there's always things you could play better at, but sometimes it's just like, well, what's keeping me from really, like, what's the biggest issue for me right now? Oh, I'm getting chunked for most of my HP. I guess I should get more defense, or I don't feel like I'm staggering the monster at all. Sometimes the best way to do that is going to be to get some better armor, some better weapons. Not always, but it's a valid course of action if you're just trying to get through the game. Obviously, that doesn't help you get better at the weapon, at least not, like, immediately, but that's okay. I'm doing that, but on purpose, Nox. All right. Anjanath in the dunes at night. Look at his eyes. Okay. Now, this is a power file switch axe, so I'm going to try my best to use axe mode to soften it up. So that means 1, 2, 3, bump, bump, bump. Okay, cool. We got the axe buff, which means that our power file should charge quicker now. Wind pressure from Anjanath, of course. Axe buff, is this a new thing or has it been around before? It was added in Iceborne. It's a little different in this game than it was in Iceborne, but it's been in both of those games. We should heal. Didn't play Iceborne? That's okay. In this game, power file switch axe is really rough. It doesn't boost your damage as much as in other games, and it takes a lot longer to get amped up than the other switch axe files. So it's generally not the preferred file for folks. You can make it a little bit easier to amp it up and charge up your switch axe by first entering that axe mode and softening, or I guess kind of charging up the axe, I guess is a way of explaining it. Oh my goodness, so much wind pressure. Why do you have wind pressure of all things, Anjanath? One, two, three, bump, bump, hop. Got reminded of Frontier Switch Axe F. Have you seen it? Not like in-depth gameplay. Like I don't understand how it works, but I've seen people use it before. It's pretty crazy with its parries and stuff. There we go. We charged up power file. Crazy. And now I need to sheath and heal. He broke both his legs doing it. I wonder if that axe buff has increased part breaker like it does in World. Oh. Well, there's our first cart. Who's your favorite or one of your favorite 5th generation monsters? Tobi-Kadachi. Really, really like Tobi-Kadachi. I also really like Almudron from this game, but in general, Tobi-Kadachi is one of my favorites. Specifically Viper Tobi-Kadachi from Iceborne, but I think all Tobi-Kadachis are pretty good. Is it because of looks? Combat. The fight is amazing. He looks cool too, but he has really, I think that skeleton does a great job of taking advantage of how 5th generation combat works, like how fast and fluid 5th generation combat is. And that skeleton has some of the few actual strings of moves where there's multiple moves that consistently lead into one another in Monster Hunter World. A lot of monsters in that game just kind of spam their moves sort of randomly without many patterns. And that skeleton, whether it's on a Dogoran or a Tobikadachi, has some consistent strings which are fun to position around and predict and punish. Are you excited for Lunagarian and Sunbreak? Yes. Seeing another monster on that skeleton makes me very happy. Alright, got it charged up. So now we can combo back and forth from our sword mode to our axe mode, and we get files on both of them, or file damage on both of them. Should probably heal. I'm so bad at paying attention to Anjanath. Like, does he have patterns in this game? I don't know. I just slash at him. I don't like this monster. Doesn't seem like they really gave him many strings of moves or anything in this game. You can get file damage in axe mode now? Yep, once you charge up, when you amp up the switch axe. So you can see right now, when I'm attacking the monster, there's like a little white gauge in my switch axe bar over there that's charging up. If I charge that up all the way, it means that you get file, like extra file damage ticks. So sometimes you'll deal about twice as much file damage in both sword mode and axe mode, which is sick. But power file, which is what the switch axe have, takes the longest to charge up, and I think it has the shortest duration for its amped state as well. The other files, like elemental and status, are much better value for switch axe in Rise, which is cool, I think. Gives you a reason to farm up elemental switch axes, which is rad. Ow. You can also see that the gauge around my switch axe is now orange because I buffed my axe mode, which means that now power file will charge up a little quicker. Which is good. And there we go. So now that I've got it, if I go ahead and I switch to axe mode, you'll see I'll get extra file ticks in axe mode as well. Which could be helpful to do something like this. Missed most of that. That could have been done better, but you get the idea. Definitely similar to Valor. I have never played Valor Switch X, so I don't know. Just the idea of Valor style. Oh, charging something up? Sort of, yeah. Do they work like the condensed slashes from Charge Blade? Not quite. Nope. I mean, you get file damage in the condensed slash, and you get file damage here, but this will have different file damage depending on what type of file you've got in your switch axe. So this is like extra bits of raw damage ticking, because this has a power file switch axe. Whereas elemental switch axes will get extra ticks of elemental damage. Other ones will have extra ticks of status, etc. Tail cut, wow. All right. 1, 2, 3, bam, bam. Okay. So people talked about that yesterday, S-Fox. People were talking about cooldowns versus building up to something. Something where you have to kind of like actually fill up a gauge. Filling up a gauge is more compelling than a cooldown because it's not just like you get an option by default and then you get to spend it and you have to wait for it to come back. This is something where, unless I put the effort in, that gauge is not filling. Much more compelling, I think, than just a cooldown. So all these attacks are gonna have ticks to them. Get that into axe mode, come on, or sword mode, come on. Dang it. I was hoping it was gonna recharge just enough, but it didn't. Really? I didn't think I got hit by that, but okay. Nice camera angle. Dang. Okay, well, without Wirebugs, you're just toast. Look out for that pin. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they did much for this fight. I don't know. He doesn't seem quite as bitey as he did in the in his last outing, but yeah, I still don't like this monster very much. Someday maybe I'll get into him with the Anjanath mojo, but not today. Give me that tail. Wonder if you can flash bomb or dung bomb when pinned. I don't think so, but I should try sometime. He's weak, so we just gotta hold on. This fight felt sloppy, both in terms of like my switch axe skills felt sloppy and reading his options felt sloppy, but I don't know. I wish I could have a better mindset on it, but my brain cells just like glaze over when Anjanath is fighting me, or when I'm fighting Anjanath. Be careful. Anjanath was your first wall, so you like the fight. I understand that. I just from a fight design, like I can't bring myself to enjoy it because I just never, I don't know. He's got weird hitboxes and he doesn't really have much in the way of patterns. Like I said, it's just kind of like random moves he throws out there, all like vaguely similar to one another. So it's just like a, can you roll this random bite? Okay, how about this random kick? How about the other random kick? It's like, it's not very interesting to me. I think it was more interesting in the world where you could kind of lead him through the ancient forest and hit him with water pods and drop rocks on his head and stuff like that. There we go. Oh well, he's done with now. Like I said, I wish I had a better mindset on him. Like I wish I had a better attitude and I wish I had more drive to like pay attention to his movesets and like get movements and get like a little more used to it, but I just don't. Tempered by the heat of an Anjanath, this Anjanath fur is used by local firefighters for fire-resistant properties. Fangs shaped by the extreme pressure and heat of an Anjanath mouth. This Anjanath tail can be used in weapons, but it's also a local delicacy. And tempered by the heat of an Anjanath, this scale repels any ordinary blade. There you go. They eat monsters? They do. Where do you think Kirin butter comes from? Anjanath nose bone, nasal bone of an Anjanath. Its characteristic structure is a hot research topic. All right, and that was Anjanath. All right, next up, Mizutsune. Ooh, we have a special license test. Cool, we'll do that sometime soon as well. That looks like a good one too. Greatsword, Bishiten, and Magnamalo. Good stuff. Waltzing by Moonlight is what's going to be next up. We're just going on through. Mizutsune. So, if you want to choose my weapon for that next hunt, go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat there. Ooh, we have a figure. I didn't get the figure. Bummer. All right, melding pot, reflecting pool. What could be useful here? Wall runner could be useful. Wirebug whisperer is useful for gathering. So is geologist. We'll get a couple charms. Will we though? We don't have that many monster materials here. I guess we have a lot of great Izuchi hides. I don't know. I guess we can use some tickets for it. Did you miss me, Anja tripling wrist? No, we killed him. Mizu has the prettiest weapons. Mizutsune weapons are really cool, it's true. Yeah, next up is going to be Mizutsune, and if you'd like to choose my weapon for it, you can go ahead and choose, or you can go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket. Well, grateful you got your item, Chloe. Wasn't expecting it to die so fast. We were just kind of mashing. Like I said, I feel like, while I'm not happy about it, I feel like my brain cells glaze over when I'm hunting Anjanath. We use Unga Bunga. I love the Mizutsune sword and shield, Lord Castellian. Do you feel any different towards Fulgur? No. I like that it's more threatening from, this is 2 years ago now from what I remember of it. I liked that it was more threatening, but its hitboxes still felt really weird and janky and I couldn't get used to it, and it still freaked me out. I liked it better than regular Anjanath, I guess. Hello, Ty can roost. My Lord can finish cooking. Nice. I was doing some cooking last night, or earlier tonight with my wife too. We were doing some stir fry. I hope you have a good time cooking, Roost. Cheers. Enjoy your lurk. Does carbonated water have that same sting as soda? Yeah. So I thought Fulgur was okay. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember. Sigh. I think I'd probably like it better than regular Anjanath, yeah. Especially if I practiced against it, I bet I would enjoy it. Especially with the increased risk. I remember thinking it felt really scary, which is better than thinking it's boring or that it doesn't have anything to watch out for, really. All right. I'm going to say last call for Mizutsune. If you want to choose my weapon for Mizu, go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat. And Ty can roost, enjoy your spaghetti. We made enough so we had a bunch of leftovers. So I'm going to get to have stir fry for the next few days, which I like stir fry, so I'm happy. Felt good to chop up lots of nice fresh veggies. Mizutsune's OST is fantastic as well. Yeah. Man, I freaking, this, like I said, this is the part of the game where this game just totally sold me. The patterns that you have to deal with on these low rank village monsters are so good. So good. And like, they're not, like, you can learn them and like still do well against them, especially if you have higher damage or higher defense, but man, are these patterns some solid patterns to learn. It's so much fun. What veggies did you put? We put celery and carrots and broccoli and 3 different kinds of peppers and onion. I think that's it. And some beef. Okay, let's see here. Churrito. Churrito, what would you like me to use on Mizutsune? When you started reducing Wirebug use, not upgrading your armor, and playing with utility rather than damage sets, this became your favorite Monster Hunter game. Lance versus Mizu. Ooh, I'm kind of spooked. Let me see if I can make any good lances. Like, it is a bummer that there's still ways to bully this game real hard, especially if you know what you're doing. But the fact that the patterns are like just so much better to begin with makes me so happy. I really like this game. I'm pretty biased towards it. Ooh. Oh, no Kuluyaku Beak. We could almost make this an Ogre Lance straight off the bat. Yeah, I agree with you, Dog Crotchel. And like, it's got so many little things that I really love about Monster Hunter Dog Crotchel, whether it's like the tough patterns to learn or just beautiful weapon designs and a fun, charming atmosphere. Like, it's just really up my alley. And I can acknowledge that other people, like the flaws would probably stick out to them more and bother them more, but man, I am just a happy camper playing this game. All right, Mizutsune. Are we gonna do one? Can we do 1 point of guard? Let's see if I can get that. Right now, I'm trying to give myself. We haven't been doing like mix sets, but right now I think I can probably justify doing 1 point of a relevant armor skill per quest. There. Mizu with 1 point of guard. Waltzing by moonlight. Hunt a Mizutsune. Oh, how elegantly the Mizutsune steps, arcing through the air. It must be the fin. If I had one for my own, surely I could dance as it does too. I know, Hunter. Waltz with the wyvern, and I shall seize its fin. In the flooded forest. Yeah, from the weapon designs to the armor to the split village and hub progression, so there's more for me to kind of do and space out, to the little charming bits of dialogue that like aren't super deep or anything, but I think are kind of full of some charming character. This game just feels very much the kinds of little things that I appreciate about Monster Hunter. And like, I don't know, I can recognize some of its flaws, especially on the balancing side, but I like this one a lot. All right, off we go for our first Mizutsune. This cutscene's cool. Bewitching dancer, Mizutsune. I like some of the cutscenes that have little like ending vignettes to them. I sure hope we get the rest of the Fated 4 in this game in G rank, or Master rank rather. Alright, it's out there by the waterfall. We don't have any other camps in this locale yet. Okay. We're going the long way. I miss Glavenus. Hello, Nargacuga. Who do you like in the Fated 4 the most? I think I'm a Glavenus guy. Whoop. Whoops. Whoops. We block these? I don't remember. I think we can. I thought I was going to be safe. I was not safe. Maybe with guard up. Maybe with guard up. I forget. So normally I would use Wirebugs to jump over those. I'm trying to avoid using just straight Wirebugs for movement to negate damage like that. So we're going to try and just outposition them or roll them. Your favorite monster in the series is still Genmoran. It's so cool. I like those whale fights so much. Oh, hey! An ancient scale as old as its former owner can even create rainbows from the light. Thanks, Mizu Plate. I feel like Mizu's stuff drops easier than most of the other flagships in the game. I always was getting a ton of Mizu stuff. Can create rainbows from light. That's how most rainbows are made. I saw that video, Sai. It was a good one. Wasn't ready to counter there. Man, guard 1's really enough for this, huh? Looks like I'm doing fairly well. It's a nice matchup. Thank you. Oh, shouldn't have hopped. Okay, you can't block the beams without guard up. Oh no, I shouldn't have. Okay, we're good. I thought the bubble blight was gonna get me killed there. Should have rolled. Well, bubble blight's gone now. Got popped. Lance apparently a solid choice for Mizu. Yeah. You can even block that. You don't need guard up for anything in this fight. Or at least you don't need guard up for any of the projectiles. You can block Magnamalo dive bomb without guard up too. Yep. I think guard up is required for Gunlance. They have the same blocking capabilities. Gunlance and Lance too. They both have equally strong shields. So they'll be able to block the same moves with and without guard up. Yep, Charge Blade with Red Shield should be similar to Gunlance and Lance. That's a cool dunk. Shoot. Lance is fun in 5th gen. 5th gen gives Lance just a cacophony of guard options. Like you can approach fights totally differently than how I am right now, and it'll still be valid. You've got so many different ways of guarding and attacking. That's the fun of 5th gen guard, is figuring out which guard is best for each monster's moves, or each of the monster's moves. Well, you have like just a regular guard where you can just hold guard. You have guard advance, which you can do forward or backwards, or side to side. You have a counter with a follow-up attack, and then you also have a power guard, which can weather multiple attacks but drains a bunch of stamina, and can be re-aimed in 360 around you. So you've got like 3 or 4 different options for how to handle basically any interaction, which is cool. It's up to you to figure out which one of those guards is going to be best to deal with the incoming move from the monster and put you in a position to counterattack. It's cool. Me too, Ninja Frog. I missed fast upswing combos a lot. They stopped focusing on the lance and started focusing on the shield. A fair assessment. Alright, I want that tail cut. I wanted claws. I was kind of focusing on claws for a little while, but I want that tail cut. So do that. Whoops. Shoot. Let's try that again. That's more like it. Okay, so that was, I think, one of the only moves of hers that actually overpowered my guard, was that this beam pushed me back. Most of her other moves don't push me back at all. So not a very guard-intensive matchup. That's a fun monster. That's a fun matchup. Thank you, Churrito, for the request. Lance was great fun for that. Y'all are giving me some very nice picks today, like Bowgun and Magnamalo. I guess Gunlance on Zinogre. A flowing Mizutsune tail. It's prized for its supple fur and beautiful scales. You popped the bubble? We did. The purple fur of a Mizutsune, stiff but as soft as silk when soaked with bubble foam. And bubble foam, fluid secreted by Mizutsune. Just a few drops can turn a swamp into a bubble bath. Thanks, Joe Cool Skinny. Cheers. Gunlance on Zinogre was terrifying. Bubble foam sounds like it would be kind of like salt water, where you'd bathe in it and it would be like lighter than regular water. Excuse me? Is this hub? No, this is low rank village. And we just got 3 plates in the same quest, 1 from a shiny drop and 2 in the box. I guess we're making some Mizu weapons. Jeez. No claws though? No, no claws. Hey Michelle, got some big news for you. An Almudron was spotted in the shrine ruins. It's rarely seen outside the mountains. This must have something to do with the rampage. At any rate, we can't have this thing near Kimura. We have to stop it before it gets any closer. As a proud hunter of Kimura, you're tasked with taking it down. The urgent quest has been registered with Hanoa. We're counting on you. I really like Almudron. Yikes, this is gonna get messy. Michelle, I've been waiting for you. An urgent quest has just come in. This time you're up against an Almudron. This monster is a real stick in the mud and loves to fight dirty, literally. I know you're no stranger to getting your hands dirty, so get out there and win this mudslinging contest. We've got so much good stuff to do. Oh my goodness, we have awesome flagship monsters to farm. We have a special license test to do. We have an urgent quest. Ugh, this game gets so good at 5-star. Okay, we're gonna do Rathalos next. All right, so if you'd like to choose my weapon for a Rathalos, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Remember when you used to rely on back hops to move around? I actually really liked back hops to move around, and I don't particularly like how the pivoting and back hopping works in World or this game, but oh well. There's a conversation going on about if Lance is too simple with its only 3 options for Lance, pokes, and guards. For one, 5th gen really changes that. I mean, like you've got your charge, and you've got the charged swipe, and you've got your wide sweep, and you've got your power guard. Like you've got so many options in 5th gen. It would be reductive to say you've only got 3 things. But even still, it is definitely a simpler weapon where like you're gonna block something and then you're gonna retaliate with a couple pokes. And I think that's okay. It might not gel with everybody's like preferences, but every weapon can't have a bajillion moves, and every weapon can't be super fast or super slow. If all the weapons were the same, it'd be really boring, and there'd be no reason to play anything except one another. And how balanced or not balanced a weapon is does not make it better than another weapon. There's room for lots of different playstyles, and it would be super boring if all the weapons were the same. There's no need to hate on other weapon types, except for longsword. Which I say jokingly. Alright, y'all are picking my weapon for a Rathalos quest. I'm excited to fight Rise Rathalos again. Ugh. It's not even the longsword mains. It's just that weapon's just been buffed too far, man, for my tastes. And I used to love it. It might be my favorite 2nd gen weapon, which is hard to say because there's so many good weapons in 2nd gen, but man, 2nd gen longsword, Freeman Knight longsword, so good. Infernal Isle quest was hard. What quest is that, Floey? Not familiar. Second gen heavy bowgun. Auto reload. Super cool. Different strokes for different folks, Dog Crotchel. I appreciate you guys. I don't know. I appreciate the way you guys are handling the conversation. Okay. Oh, the Rathalos, Diablos at the same time, and then the Magnamalo. Gotcha. I remember that quest. Yeah. The Infernal Springs are really cool. Those quests are great. All right, I'm going to say last call for the Rathalos weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for Rathalos, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat room. we all definitely picked the right game. I think so too. Monster Hunter is pretty freaking cool. Okay, let's see here. Major Guns. Major Guns, what would you like me to use for our Rathalos quest that we've got going on here? What's it going to be? Dual blades? Oh, thank you. Dude, I love dual blades. I think these should be some decent dual blades for Rathalos too. Oh, I love dual blades. All right. Rathalos time. Granted, this should be interesting. We're not going to be using our little kunai for anything, so we'll see how it goes. No Wirebug Rathalos. Yeah, Gunlance has a lot of different skills to build for, because like you need sharpness skills, because shelling shreds sharpness, but you also need guard, and you also need to either go for your artillery, or you need to go for like, it's tough to build for Gunlance and Lance. I think guard should be a little bit less expensive. A lot of other weapons get a lot more utility from skills that are far cheaper. Alright. Rathalos alert! Report begins. Rathalos spotted in the lava caverns. Stop. Requesting support from all qualified hunters. Stop. Look for the rain of fire. Look out for the rain of fire from the sky. Report ends. From the eagle-eyed observer. Whoop. I guess we already had it. Off we go to hunt a Rathalos. I remember really enjoying this Rathalos because it has very consistent strings of moves that you can learn and practice to position around. Very enjoyable. That's true, Dog Crusher. I just think it's ridiculous that there are some examples where you have to invest 5 2-slots to make like your weapon's primary mechanic like decent against some fights. That's just ridiculous when you get like Bow Charge Plus, which is like a single slot deco or something. It's just a little crazy, some of the balancing decisions around that. That's all. I don't think it's in an awful spot, but I wish they would improve. I wish they would rebalance guard a little bit, because guard or Lance and Gunlance do have it rough for set building compared to the rest of the cast. I like to use Hammer on Rathalos. Classic. Classic matchup. Yeah, like, there's some satisfaction that comes from that Ninja Frog, because a lot of weapons don't actually have that difficult of a decision to make when making their armor sets. So it's kind of fun to have a weapon that does have sort of difficult decisions you have to make. But at the same time, comparing it to like the ease that you can get what you want on other weapons, it's a little crazy. Whoops. Rolled the first one of those swipes. That felt good. Alright, time to remember how this thing moves. Ooh, it moves like that. That's gonna get me hit, yeah. He's gonna turn and shoot some fireballs? What's he doing? Just being a weirdo. Yeah, here they come. Charge. I remember some of his patterns. I don't know what made us input that little spin there, but that was cute. Almost. God, you're so fast in regular demon mode. Holy crap. Oh! Well, hello there. That's our first time seeing him out on the map. I'm actually supposed to kill some of these guys. Switch or PC? We're on the PC right now, Lokano. We played on the Switch last year. The PC version just came out, so we're doing a fresh playthrough. I really like this entry, so I'm enjoying myself. I think they went away. Man. They ran away from the Rathalos. Should have gone to the left, I think, instead of in. Shoot, and we're stunned. Alright, didn't die. Okay, so he shoots in 3 different directions. Right. Too many buttons. We're going through a lot of healing really fast. We take those! Good way of cutting the tail. Oh no, and then directly into the poison talons. Looking for Switch? We're just playing solo as well. So we're not doing any multiplayer tonight. Ugh. Really close to dead. Oh right, we have first aid meds. Oh gosh, darn it. I wasn't paying enough. I was paying too much attention to my item bar and not enough to Rathalos. Shoot. Well, we'll gather some herbs on our way back up. Oh, we gotta get that tail too. And I don't have the camp unlocked. I think we'll head back up into the volcano and kill some Eruptor so we can finish unlocking the camp. And then we'll go ahead and get that tail and then we'll chase down Rathalos. So we'll take a little detour here on our way back to the fight. This is a cool volcano map. Very different than a lot of the other volcano maps in the series. Both in that there's like the charred outside slopes out here. And there's also kind of like blue, I don't know, the blue watery caves within. It's cool. Right. We're gonna head down this way and go get us some Eruptor. No cool drinks required? Yep. The focus on item and preparation for the hunt is not one that has been in the games for the last entry or two. Alright, let's get that tail first. Actually, we'll go for this guy here. Two more and we're all set with that camp. Wrath Marrow. Recent advances allow this marrow to be extracted. It ignites on air contact. Sounds dangerous. Alright, Rathalos is out on the coast now. Magnamalo's down in here. Small monsters need a buff. Poor fodder. I feel like a lot of folks disagree. A lot of the small monsters are more aggressive in this game than they have been in a few entries, and it bothers a lot of folks. I think they're fine where they are for now, for me personally, but to each their own. Oh, shoot. Okay, where are we? This is your first Monster Hunter? You have no reference? Ah. In the oldest games, they were very aggressive, and for a while now, they've just kind of hung back when you're fighting. Like, they only would aggro onto you if you were the only thing in the area with them. If there was another large monster in the area, like a Rathalos, they wouldn't jump into the fight. In this game, they're a little more aggressive than they have been in a lot of recent games. In the oldest games, you had to kill them before actually approaching the large monster in the area, or else they would combo you. Yay, ledge cheese. Alright, he's gonna get that Roggy for a turf war, or for a wyvern ride, and we're gonna say no. Oh, not safe. Okay, so there is a max range to that move. I wasn't sure. Oh, shoot. Wasn't paying close enough attention. Charge, yeah. Oh. Not weak yet. It's going up to where Magnamalo is, though. This map looks pretty nice on PC. I don't know what's happening with that reflection, though. That's a little strange. What is happening with those screen space reflections? That's weird. Maybe it's supposed to look like waves or something, but it doesn't. Oh, Wrath, don't do it. Well, let's go gather something while they're having their fun. Gather something like a clothfly. And a butterflame. Alright, who's leaving? Magnamalo is good. Instant charge. Got all breaks. Too early. Shoot. No! The instant charge feels so bad. Can't be just standing in front of Rathalos like that. What feels worse is that we're nowhere near him. We gotta climb all the way back up. But we unlocked the camp this time. Can't just stand underneath the Rathalos. He's weak, though. I'm not going to get any potions unless there's an herb right in front of me. We'll see how we do. Nice, bye again. Okay, bye, Marks. Best of luck with what you're up to. No, up. Thank you. Oh, he's going all the way up to the volcano, too. You can see him. He's up there flying. There he goes. Goodbye, Rathalos. That's cool. Imagine a true no-bug challenge, like no moving around with bugs. It would just be boring, I think. I mean, like, you'd have to learn some ways around to get around to some spots you wouldn't otherwise be able to access without Wirebugs, but these maps are just designed for Wirebugs. It would be like... it would be like playing 4th gen and saying, no climbing. You have to walk in between areas instead of climbing the walls. Like, I don't know. That doesn't sound like much fun to me. I'm sure for some folks that would be, like, their thing, but not me. Just use Palamutes. Palamutes can't climb walls like that. I mean, like, Palamutes would get you around faster, but there would still be some areas you just wouldn't be able to get to. Okay. We're on our last cart, and we have no potions. I think we need some better dual blades. These ones took a while to put them down. Too early. That move is, like, it's fun to iframe it, but man, right now I can't risk it. What's happening? Ah! Okay. That was close. If we gotten hit by that flame, we probably would have died. Whew. Yeah, I think we need some better dual blades. Or I just need to remember that Rathalos isn't that weak to thunder anymore. Alright, a shell piece comprised of layered scales, making it much harder than just one. Very tense, a little bit. A Rathalos scale. Wyvern scales like this one are fundamental materials. Fundamental materials. Rathalos in this game is so good. Didn't even get you a para? I know, I was sad about that. I kept waiting for it to happen, and it just didn't. Like, I know dual blades are quite poor, usually. Where you have to have a very specific matchup to really take advantage of them. But, did not work in our favor here. This heat-resistant material is often used as armor lining. That's Rathalos webbing. Wrath Wing Talon. Claws that are moderately difficult to work with. A blacksmith's first test. Cool. Okay. Astounding work as always, says Kagro. Thank you again for your help. Now we may begin setting up camp. Once finished, it will be available for you to use as a new base of operations if you so wish. Thanks. Okay, let's see. We have time enough for 1 or 2 more quests tonight. I want to do another Magnamalo. I'm going to let you guys pick my weapon for another Magnamalo quest. He's too good to only do once and then move on. So, if you want to choose my weapon for a Magnamalo rematch, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat, and if I pull your name out, that means you get to choose what I use to take on Mr. Magby again. Welcome back, Blaze. Magnamalo's a really good flagship. He's pretty good. I like his fight up pretty well. Alright. I'm actually going to go ahead and use the bathroom real quick. When I get back, we're going to go ahead and do a Magnamalo hunt. So go ahead and type ! ticket in the chat if you'd like to. Who's your favorite flagship? My favorite monster is Nargacuga, so I guess Nargacuga. But my favorite flagship to fight is probably Zinogre. I'll be right back. And when I'm back, we're going to go ahead and hunt that Magnamalo. Should be a good time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. And it's been fun getting to do all these hunts. Man, this game is fun. Right around 5-star, really picks up. Alright, we're back. And I'm going to go ahead and say last call. If you want to choose my weapon for Magnamalo, go ahead and type ! ticket. Solo Bray, if you're still around, I hope you have a good night. I'm glad you liked the discussion. I liked the discussion tonight, too. I think this will probably be our last hunt for the evening. I'm trying to get in the habit of ending around 4 hours instead of like 5 or 6. Try and sleep a little more each night. Really screwed myself up before Christmas. I was like basically nocturnal for a little while. So, aiming to not be nocturnal anymore, or at least not quite. All right, let's see here. Guy in Freezer, what would you like me to use for Magnamalo? So far in this game, we've used Light Bowgun against him, and that's it. So the rest of the cast will be a fresh matchup. Greatsword? Ooh, cool. That should be quite a different experience than Light Bowgun. Quite a different experience than Light Bowgun. Got enough bubble from bubble foam from Mizutsune to upgrade this Greatsword, which is cool. He's gonna give us some tickets. Thanks. Normally against Magnamalo, I bet there would be a lot of cases where you'd use the quick sheath Greatsword, like Silkbind attack, where you zoom away and sheath your Greatsword real fast and get a bonus to your next charge. Japanese name for Ragi is Faragi? Mm-hmm, it is. Right. Magnamalo time. Comeuppance. We'll do some more village soloing tomorrow. We'll probably get to do Almudron tomorrow, which is exciting to me. I love Almudron so much. I think the Bullfongo got him mad. It did. I'm just gonna let him kill that Bullfongo. I'll kill this one. Shoot. Whoops. Whoops. I was betting he was going to jump at me, and he sure didn't. Oh boy. I just realized we're probably going to end up having to deal with the pin, so I should keep my health pretty topped up. Alright, he's leaving. Oof. That pin is going to be terrifying. I'm glad you're enjoying Majora's Mask, Ninja Frog. It's been forever since I played that game. About as long since I've played Ocarina of Time, too. All right. Playing Ocarina of Time now. Nice. Should have rolled to the right there. Okay, cool. That moved close enough that I was able to be safe. I gotta be so careful with how our gear is set up right now. Explosions. Whoops. I thought he was just going to do one slam there. I was wrong. Oy oy. This fight is scary with Greatsword with our current gear. Roggy, screw off. Here's the tail cut. Been working at that. Magnamalo is both cool and intimidating. I'm definitely feeling intimidated right now. Ow. Does Magneto have extra hitboxes to account for skipped frames? I don't feel anything like that, or at least not that I've noticed. And what do you mean skipped frames? I guess I'm not really sure. I don't know if I understand the question really. It doesn't feel any different to me in the PC version than it did on the Switch. Whew. Whoops. Pukei. Oh, this is a really poor idea. Man, those bad Greatsword habits. I'll just tackle through everything. No, you won't. You'll die. Oh boy. That was not the correct action. I should have rolled. Should have rolled and then done the, or tackled. That's what I should have done. Tackled and then done the moving. The moving charge. Move after the tackle. I forget what it's called. The sweeping thing after the tackle. His tail moves so fast they can't make frames for all the places it should be, so they make hitboxes that are like a smear frame, but you don't see the tail making contact with you. Are you saying that it's easy to get hit? It's easier to get hit by than it should be, or it's too easy to dodge? Whoops. It feels about right to me. But I'm also trying to understand. Man, I'm just being a dummy and walking towards him. Also trying to understand what you're saying about it. Okay. Stay away during that move. Yeah, I was gonna say, he's gotta leave the area. Let's go carve that tail. What would your preferred type of event quest be, Shadow upon the Tempest? Magnamalo's bladed tail, used to pierce through the guts of unsuspecting prey. That's dark. Hello, Greatsword. Hard to explain. No worries, boys. No worries. Oh, shoot. Oh man, I'm doing a really bad job of this. Really getting dumpstered by certain moves. This is a really good challenge though. Have to be very careful with our Greatsword commitments. One, two. Nope, just one. Oh, it feels really bad. There it is. Good, more herbs. In fact, let's grab some of these. Ooh, spooky. The Gormagala move. Is there yeah, there's gotta be a turf war going on. Yeah, okay. Well, we're not gonna attack that other monster. He really just went over there for one move and then came back. That's funny. Shoot. Hello, Kung Fun. That was dynamic, is what that was. Okay, and he's limping. We've got him on the run. Prefer the kind of difficulty where it takes a while to down and whittles you down in turn. The more you slip up, the more risk there is to run out of heals. The monster's moveset is another layer of difficulty, making you more prone to running out of heals. Yeah, I gotcha. Yep, it's hard to make an event quest that has a challenge to it when you can keep restocking. Understood. Those sorts of endurance quests are fun. Hopefully there'll be some monster balance in Master Rank that'll be a little closer to what you're looking for there. Yeah, I think they were talking about in general, Doc Crutchell. They're talking about some high difficulty event quests in this game, Blaze. And they're lamenting that in this game, a lot of the high difficulty event quests are not based around having to whittle down a large health pool, but rather are more designed around a really damaging monster, really aggressive, damaging monster that you kind of have to learn to play around near, I wouldn't say near perfectly, but you have to learn a lot more about how to just deal with that all-out aggression rather than more of an endurance quest. Where's your doggo? I just like getting around with the bugs. We're not using the bugs in combat, but I like moving around like this better. Also prefer how it feels when it's just the monster versus me in combat without any pets. Makes me have to learn the monster's patterns very carefully without anything else to draw the aggression in the area. Oh my goodness, that was close. We're close to finishing this Magnamalo off, though. Great. Where's your cats? I don't like having any buddies with me. I like it being just the monster versus me. The cats are back at camp. Even just having the cats in the same area means the monster isn't I guess aggroed to just me the entire time, and so it means that I'll have to deal with less of its moves and learn a little bit less. So We do it without any buddies. Solo. The whole point of our challenge is to try and kind of learn the monster patterns with the weapons. Trying to improve at the weapons like that. I don't know how well I do it actually learning half the time, but those are the rules. Or at least those are the rules we set for ourselves. Alright, that was our second Magnamalo kill. We finished him off earlier with Light Bowgun, and now we did it with Greatsword. Much more difficult with Greatsword than with Light Bowgun. Light Bowgun was a pretty great matchup for this. Who's that here? It's Aknasam. How pretty. I think people underestimate just how big of a difference, not even just the damage the pets do or the amount they heal you, just having other entities, like two other hunters or two cats with you in the same area as the monster. You're dealing with like a third of, like, if you think about how many moves the monster throws out in a given area, like how many times it attacks, right? It's going to attack a buddy, and then you, and then a buddy, and then you, and then a buddy, and then you, over and over and over again. And you end up dealing with, like, I don't know, half the amount of aggression, which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't think I don't know if everybody really realizes just how much extra, like, how much more difficult it gets when there's not something else to take up any of that aggression, and it's just you taking every move the monster puts out. It's definitely more difficult to try and learn. Yeah. That's one of the nice things about Monster Hunter as a series is, like, there are so many different ways to enjoy it, where you can enjoy it with friends, you can enjoy it with buddies, with the cats or the dogs with you. When I play these games, I really just like learning the monster's movesets with my weapon. That's about it. So I still like having the cats around. I bring them on gathering quests, and they're really good at that, but for me, it's more fun when it's just me versus the monster. But I think it's neat that this game is rich enough that it can support all kinds of different ways of having fun, whether you're playing with others or by yourself or with cats or whatever. And that is where I'm gonna head off to bed for the night. It's been about 4 hours. We've done quite a bit of Village this evening. And tomorrow I'll be back to keep progressing through Village and get to Hub sometime soon, hopefully. Tomorrow night we get to take on Almudron. We get to take on another few Village quests. A couple multi-monster quests that should be fun. We're gonna do the special license test here. And Almudron. Should be a good time. Thanks for the stream. You enjoyed it. It was nice to meet you, Sakura. I guess if it was anyone's first time here, I'm Ristretto, or Mike. I really like playing Monster Hunter. We're going to be playing the Monster Hunter games old and new for a really long time to come here. But right now, we're going to be going through Monster Hunter Rise PC for the most part. Doing that without any of the Wirebug moves or Wirefall, just to try and see how that influences the combat. We played with the Wirebugs last year on the Switch, and we had a good playthrough like that, and now we're figuring out what it feels like if you don't use some of that more, I don't know, fast-paced options you're given through the Wirebug moves and through Wirefall, that kind of thing. It's been interesting seeing how some of the monsters feel the same and some others feel different. All right, if you want to see more of that, feel free and stick around and leave a follow so you can see when we're live on Twitch and when we're streaming out some more Monster Hunter. If you want to get pinged when we go live, we do have a Twitter and a Discord where we ping. The Discord itself is a nice place to hang out. There's lots of people playing all kinds of Monster Hunter in there. There's old Monster Hunter people in there. There's new Monster Hunter people in there. There's just all kinds of folks enjoying the series. So if you need a spot to hang out like that, feel free and check it out. That's my plugs. We also have a YouTube for VODs, I guess. The last thing we're going to do, though, before I go and get some sleep and get up for work soon, is we're going to find somebody else who's streaming Monster Hunter and give them a raid. Let me take a look which one of our friends is on here. I think we're going to raid our friend Karata-sama. I can't tell exactly what they're doing, but haven't gotten to raid them in a while. They're a good friend of ours. Their stream is always a good time. I hope you guys enjoyed their stream. Always like, I don't know, good party vibe in there. I like Karata streams. They're fun. All right. I will see you guys all tomorrow for some more Monster Hunter Rise. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. Happy hunting if you're playing Monster Hunter in the meantime. And I'll see you all next time. Good night. Bye-bye.